magic wand. I spit out from she mouth. That's why I am so proud. Come see the connection. Little string buried in the sand. I am who I am. A Dominican. When they ask me who I am, point to a direction. Straight from the air, I am Dominican. When they ask me who I am, I tell them where I'm from. In every way, I am Dominican. Dominica lives in me. Looking at me is what you see. Who I am, what I am, is Dominican. Did I? Na na na. Give me. Who I am, she's part of me. From where you stand, see a reflection of she. Tall is a body, can't you see it in me? She's a natural beauty, whitey kubuli. She's one of a kind, lasting impression on your mind. Come look in the eyes, see my pride in the nature. I am what I am. Dominican. When they ask me who I am, point to a direction. Straight from the air, I am Dominican. When they ask me who I am, I tell them where I'm from. In every way, I am Dominican. Dominica lives in me. Looking at me is what you see. Who I am, what I am, is Dominican. Did I? Na na na. Give me. I know who I am, it was destiny. I'm a DA man, a fitting image of she. Strong is a body, see a strength in me. Spirit of resiliency, got it from she. Like a river that flow, through all obstacles I go. Come look in my mirror, you see me, you see her. I am where I'm from. Dominica. When they ask me who I am, point to a direction. Straight from the air, I am Dominican. When they ask me who I am, I tell them where I'm from. In every way, I am Dominican. Dominica lives in me. Looking at me is what you see. Who I am, what I am, is Dominican. Did I? Na na na. Give me. Kaiso. And a fitting image of she. Strong is a body, see a strength in me. Spirit of resiliency, got it from she. Like a river that flow, through all obstacles I go. Come look in my mirror. You see me, you see her, I am where I'm from. Dominica. When they ask me who I am, point to a direction. Straight from the air, I am Dominican. When they ask me who I am, I tell them where I'm from. In everywhere.
Good evening. I am Cleville Mills. Welcome to True Politics, a unique radio program that gives you a better understanding of the Dominican politics, the Dominican politician, and their political perspective. True Politics' main aim and objective is to dismantle and expose fake news by informing the public of the tactics and techniques of disinformation services and their agents. The program also gives you, the listening audience, an opportunity to exchange your ideas as well as to dialogue with the host and guests in an effort to create a more harmonious relationship among us all. We are broadcasting from the studios of Kyrie FM in Roseau and on the following FM frequencies: 93.1, 88.7, 107.9. And we are also streaming live on KyrieFM.com and on Kyrie FM Facebook page. This is Facebook page, and we are also on TuneIn Live. For those of you who are following on cable television, we are on Flow channels 953 and 954. Or if you're on Digiplay, we are on channel 54. And those who are going to call us during the course of the program, the numbers to call, the local number is 448-7334, or the overseas line 305-906-6186. You can also get us on WhatsApp on 613-1307 or 245-2929. My co-host Edison is already in studio with me, and we are hoping to have, as usual on a Thursday, on True Politics, a great and exciting show. Donnie, our overseas guest, host, may join us online soon or in a short while. And welcome to True Politics. It's a pleasure again to be with you. To those of you who are already joining us on Facebook, welcome. Those of you at home sitting and waiting to hear the information, welcome. And those are people that I meet everywhere, every day. I keep meeting new people who say how much they enjoy this program. Edison is in studio with me, as I said, and is here to say his opening remarks.
Yes. Good evening, Dominica. Whether you are in Dominica, whether you're in America, whether you are in St. Thomas, Antigua, Tortola, wherever you are, I just want to say good evening to you. It's a pleasure to be back here on a Thursday evening where we can pontificate on true politics. I'm just excited to be here, and always excited to be here, because you know what, this program or this show, it really counteracts the fake news that is out there. This evening we are just going to delve in the things of the week, and we had Parliament Mills. We had a lot of back and forth before the we just had an election, a by-election. So we're just going to look at those things. And it is indeed a joy and a pleasure to be here. Let me just say good evening to everybody.
Okay, Donnie is right on cue, and he has already joined us. So, Donnie, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mills. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, Edison.
Edison, Donnie's on.
Good evening, Edison.
Yeah, he's greeting you, Donnie.
Yes, Donnie.
Okay. All right. And good evening to the listening public. All Dominicans, both in Dominica and abroad. Thank you again for coming in to join us on True Politics, where we speak nothing but the truth and we present the facts with no spin and no distortion. And I hope at the end of the program you will have left this program better informed than it started. So that's what we're here to do, and we'll do it to the best of our ability. So thank you for listening, and thanks for having me, Mr. Mills and Mr. Edison.
Thank you, Donnie. You're sounding more like a co-host now, you know. Yeah, man. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Well, listen, I know you seem to have had a busy week. You have always been very busy, because it's not easy to get you sometimes. You're always in motion.
Yes, my week was very busy. Yes. My week was very busy, and more busy than normal, because there's a lot of things happening in Dominica. So yes, it was very busy.
Okay, I myself I had a busy week too, you know, because I went to Portsmouth at least 2 times. You know, sometimes when you change your your routine.
Okay.
It does look more heavy sometimes because your customer going Rosolios there. I had to go to Portsmouth 2 times, and other things related to whatever. But this evening, before we really go down into other matters, I want to continue. I did not really queue up those tips, and sometimes it is good effect when you can cue them so that you can refresh people's mind of what was said. But sometimes by just repeating it is another form of letting them hear the nonsense. So before we go into those heavy stuff, I almost forgot my people there, you know, my elderly couple, that they are so happy of that song that I play for them. I normally play Mark Anthony, his song to me, but especially for this elderly couple down in Clark Hall, Mr. and Mrs. Hudson Paul. I'm going to play that song to you and the many lovers out there, young and old, by John Holt. Stick by me, and I will stick by you, and then we'll come back for some heavy discussion. John Holt, stick by me, and I will stick by you. You know, this is a very wonderful song to calm your soul at this time of this evening. Those of you who may be in a romantic mood, I hope it brings more romance to you. Okay, Edison, you know, before we go into the other matters, I think sometimes we let things pass to a certain extent that the opposition sometimes would come on the radio and they'd make statements, they'd make certain claims and make certain accusations, and sometimes you'd come and you'd rebuff it, and you'd think that the matter is there and then. I am remembering on the 2nd of December 2009, I was listening to The Hang. Crazy was the host at the time. Now, before that, I remember getting 1 or 2 calls. That was nomination day for the 2009 elections. And some, Laborites sometimes they like to panic. Anytime they hear something, they call. They say, I hear they're going to arrest them. I'm scared. That's how they say it, because that time they were saying Skerrit can't get nominated on that day. So I actually heard when the Prime Minister called, he called Crazy T, and at that time, that was the first time I heard the Prime Minister call, as usually call something, and say, "This is Roosevelt Skerrit from Vickers," and then he was explaining to Crazy T on the radio that whatever it is, they say that he can be nominated. He is well covered, and he said, no law, including the Constitution, can prevent him from getting nominated that day. When he said that, I understood what he meant. In other words, what he was saying, that they are claiming that they are going to stop him. But there's no law or anything in the Constitution that could prevent him from being nominated that day. And the matter went to court. And because that was the only matter that they did not strike off at the High Court, it went to the Court of Appeal, because the lawyers for the Prime Minister and Peter Sessions, they appealed the matter because there was no basis for it, and the High Court judge agreed with them that there was nothing that would prevent him from being nominated because he was in order. But the opposition went on with that. Although the matter was dealt with at the court, they keep on repeating that. And sometimes we feel, because we have a different, because you think that people in the government side, they have a different modus. They respect the court. But the opposition do not respect the court. They have a radio station. They think once they can repeat something over and over, it will be like gospel truth. And that is why sometimes you find up to a day like today, many people in the opposition, they don't have to say much. They don't have to say no law, no constitution, trying to make it look like the Prime Minister doesn't respect the law. And even some laborers at the time fell for that. Because when they keep on repeating something and you don't push back. I'm saying all that to say, in the case of Dr. Henderson, the first time we heard a challenge, well, they were first trying to say that because he's not from Granby, he could not go up there for the election, and they tried to make an issue, and it was not working. But when Lennox Linton came and he read the declaration that says that he's not a person in the public office of emoluments, whatever it say, and then they take that up, and I remember Tony came and he explained that down to the last minute, last piece. But those things that doesn't stop the opposition from doing that. But what I want to stress on is the agents that they use to come on the radio and make those assertions, and to at least try to give some credibility to those false news. And I'm talking here about Thomas Little, we spoke about him already, and Randy Rodney. There are others, but those two, they stand out. Thomas Little, as I said on other program, and I think I said that last week, is the General Secretary of the Public Service Union. So he is supposed to be in a position to have a clear understanding of who is a public servant. And just because he wants to make Linton look good, he will put his own credibility on the line. Because I know Thomas Little is a qualified man. I know you have that experience. Just like many of us, like Mr. Felix Gregor, who was the secretary of the cabinet and a permanent secretary. I stayed in the force for a number of years. I was the chairman of the Police Welfare Association for 7 years. So we all have the understanding of what the law means by a person who is in a public office of what they call it, remuneration. But that sentence that Lennox took, it's coming straight from the House of Assembly Disqualification Act, which make reference to that. And as any good person who have an understanding of things, you do not have to be a lawyer to understand what it means. Then you go to the Public Service Act, and in the Public Service Act is telling you who is a person in a public office with remuneration, and they tell you the schedule 1, and nowhere in that schedule is the word ambassador. I do not know whether Thomas Litton wants to represent the ambassador in his union, and he'd never go for it because he know an ambassador is not the public servants he talking about. So he used the word public official just to try to give some credibility to what Lennox Linton said. And I'm saying, to make matters worse, he recognized that matter has been ventilated in the court, and the court has ruled on that. So where you have a doubt, that matter was taken to court, and the court ruled on that. And Thomas Litton is saying it doesn't matter what the court ruled. So who's Thomas Litton? Is he the Chief Justice? And even if he was the Chief Justice and he was sitting on a panel of judges, is a panel of 3 at the Court of Appeal. If 2 of them rule against him, the 2 will stand out. The only thing you'd have to talk, you talk about a dissenting decision. But the rule of the majority judges is the law of the land. And for Thomas Litton to do that is a shame, a disgrace. And they are only doing that so that they can keep something which has been ventilated, disposed of, to keep it in a narrative on the radio. And that is what is happening. So Edison and Donny, I'm repeating myself specifically, because I know when we go through those things, they keep it alive. They might not deal with it, but you'll hear them try to refer to Dr. Vince Henderson as if he was not duly elected. So we have to expose the persons who are doing that. And in the case of Randy Rodney seems like he has sold his soul to the devil. You know, he has a program. They try to call it a name, but what I understand it is the kingdom disconnection. Because what he's preaching on his program, which is supposed to be a gospel program, he is bringing people away from the kingdom by preaching lies, misinformation, disinformation, hate, envy, jealousy. That is not the work of a pastor. That's not the work of a man of God. That's why some people do not consider him to be a pastor. And I think, I don't want to go in the business of the Dominica Evangelical Association, but every time they elect him to be their president, they are just confirming the evil that he's preaching. They are confirming it, and they are ratifying it. So they are making, if they continue putting that man as the president, they are ratifying the dirty work that he's doing on the behalf of the UWP. So it is a matter for the members of the Dominica Evangelical Association to see if they have such dishonesty representing them. And listen, I just think I had to say that, because every day you win them in the court, you win them on the issues, but they come on the radio and, like Donald Trump, push the big lie and get the people in America, all type of people, to go and riot at the Capitol, so much so that there was an insurrection. And I think And we noticed what was happening in America then, that the people in the media realize that when you see a lie, you must always expose it and do not let it dominate you. Do not let it enter in the vocabulary of the people. And that is what I am saying, that we need to keep on pressing on that. That's what I have to say on that.
Yes, and on the that is very important, because they were saying that Dr. Henderson, former ambassador, is not qualified to be nominated.
Right, yeah.
We're going to hear that for the next 10 years. We're going to hear that for a long time, because they don't back down on their lies. They polish them up and bring them up. I mean, in 2009 you said,
yeah, 2009, yeah.
2009, and up to last week, Linton said no law, no constitution will prevent them from doing what they want to do. No, take something out of context, run with it, and it becomes factual to them. That's why I love how the Prime Minister addressed them in Parliament, addressed Lennox Linton in Parliament. You want to come in Parliament and say what you want, like you're on Q95. On Q95, Matt don't fact check you, nobody fact check you, and when anytime somebody calls to put the record straight, they cut you off. So they want to go Parliament with the same attitude and say anything, but it cannot be done. In court, you cannot do it. In Parliament, you cannot do it. Guess what? On the radio, or talking on your political platform, you can say it. No, their truth becomes what they say on Parliament, what they say on Q95, and what they say on political platform. When they go back and they hear the tip, they say, but that is true, man. Donny.
Yes. So we call that insanity, because doing the same thing over and over again and expecting to get a different result is insanity. But we have to understand the quagmire that these people have found themselves in. When you are disorganized, right? When you have no ideology, you don't stand on any principle, right? But you desperately want power. You do not, or you are not willing to undertake the hard work it requires, right? Because remember, we are in a democratic system. You are asking people to vote for you, and for people to vote for you, they have to have confidence in you. They have to have trust in you. They have to have confidence in your ability. They have to believe that you are capable to represent their better and the best interest, right? So when you are unable to do that, but you're still hungry for power, remember, it's the people who have to vote you in, you know. But you're hungry for power, and they keep telling you every 5 years that you're not ready. You don't have what it takes. You have not displayed to us that you are ready to work and to lift us up and to work to give us a better future. So they keep rejecting you. They're telling you no every 5 years. But you are so desperate, right? You do not acknowledge that what I'm doing is wrong. I cannot get to the people. So what you try to do now is try to use what Mr. Mill always say, mind-bending techniques, right? Propaganda. Like he just said it right. From 2009, they say the same thing, and they keep saying it over and over again, like it's a fact, like it's truth, right? So they try to use propaganda and misinformation and distortion and untruths, and to try to tarnish the opponent's image, try to paint you as corrupt, right? Because they cannot do it the way it's supposed to be done. That is to win the hearts and minds of the people by working for them, by showing the people, look, I am motivated, I am committed to working for you, right? And I can tell you, over the 5 years that after the election, this is what I have done, right? I can come to you with my dossier of what I have done, so you could say, okay, wow, man, at least, even if he's not in power, but like Rosie, right? People knew Rosie's track record of work, even opposition, and Mike and Pierrot. They knew these people work for the community. They work tight. They work every single day. Even if they were not winning elections, but they keep on working because you know what? They did it genuinely, not just to win a vote. Right? So that is the construct of the Workers' Party. The individuals in there, right, are not committed to a righteous cause. Right? They don't see ascending to governance as being some an ambition to work for people. They see it as an ambition to work for themselves, to enjoy whatever perks they believe is there to be gained, to enjoy. You understand? And that is why they find themselves in that situation. So when you hear them saying the Constitution from 2009, I know like it didn't say he's right about Dr. Henderson. You hear for the next 10 years the same thing. He was illegally elected. And they'll go on with it like as if it is the truth. Despite what the law says, despite what court precedent says, despite what everybody can show them black and white written in the Constitution. No, what the lie they're preaching becomes their truth. And that strategy, my friend, can only lead these people further and further down into the abyss. Right? Because and thank God, to Labour Party, to Dominica Labour Party now and in previous years, that they have made, especially now, we have a young generation who is much educated, because government has made access to education free for everybody, despite how rich, how poor, despite your last name. So we have a very enlightened electorate. You understand? And they understand, they can see clearly that the Workers' Party is not a party that anybody should put their trust in. It's not a party who will to work for the people, and it's not a party who will continue to go further and further into irrelevance. Because that kind of politics, my friend, we are going into the modern age, in 2021. That will take them nowhere, my friend. Nowhere.
And Thomas Little is the example of arrogance. He's coming on the radio and make a statement. He says it doesn't matter what the court says. So it is not a matter of law. So he's the one that's saying no law, including the Constitution, will prevent him from doing what he wants to do. Because Randy Rodney take it further. Because he is saying, based on what he's saying that the government has done, or the Labour Party has done with the election, because they say, first of all, the Prime Minister, he was not supposed to be nominated, and he get nominated, he did what he wants. Until Randy Rodney is now saying they need to bring 8,000 people on the streets and do like what they are doing in Guadeloupe. Can you imagine that?
But that is inciting violence.
And remember, it is based on a lie. All what they are claiming, all what they say in the people, even the question of electoral reform, it is not because they're interested in any form of electoral reform, to say you need to upgrade. You have a phone every year, you have to upgrade it. That is not the issue. The issue is they do not want to accept a free and fair election that's taking place all the time. But they want to use the word reform as if something is so wrong based on what they have been saying for the years. And then now a pastor, a pastor is trying to advise people, because he came some years back, when if we can get the clip, where he was trying to warn that they're trying to do things, if it's not like that, because whatever it is, as if, well, what they say in there, they're so right. And if the government doesn't hit them, it's going to have a problem down the road. Now he's saying that they have not made progress. He's jealous of the violence that is taking place in Guadeloupe. Can you imagine? A pastor.
Yeah. But my brother, I mean, just to strengthen your point, my brother, right? Everybody by now should know what's happening in Guadeloupe.
Oh, yes.
You understand? And that is something so unfortunate. I have family living in Guadeloupe.
Mm-hmm.
I have nephews living in Guadeloupe. They can't go to school.
Mm-mm.
You understand? I have one little nephew. He has asthma. He can't go to the hospital. Right? He's very sick. Well, he's sick. I won't say very sick, but he's sick.
Mm-hmm.
When I call his mom, they cannot go to the hospital. He cannot get the medical care he wants because all the roads are blocked. You understand? These people are ravaging the country over our vaccine, right? And for a pastor to be praying right now that this violence ceases, because not only Guadeloupe is our neighboring.
No, not cease, no, not the violence cease. Oh, he should be praying that it cease.
He should be. He should be praying that it cease.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Not only Guadeloupe is our neighboring country, which we trade in. You know, we have the ferry going back and forth.
We have Dominicans there.
We have Dominicans there. We have thousands of them living over there. And this man is glorifying that and hoping and trying to invite it to Dominica. Right? I mean, how do you describe this man? This man cannot be of God, my friend. He cannot be of God.
He must be evil.
He can be of God. Impossible.
He has to be evil.
Go ahead, my friend. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
See, in Guadeloupe, people are fighting a vaccine, and they're demonstrating. A lot of them don't have masks in the demonstration, and we saw the pictures in Guadeloupe of the overcrowded hospital. Donny, a friend of mine, a guy from Benz, was in Guadeloupe. He got COVID and called for ambulance. That's before the riot, and no ambulance could come for him because they did not place to put him. So his daughter came and took him out the hospital, and they left him on the outside on a bed. That and now people are fighting that. And Pastor Randy Rodney took his vaccine. And you're glorifying what is happening in Guadeloupe, and that should happen in Dominica. The economy is on standstill. There are people that can't go to the supermarket. There are people that are hungry. It reached a crisis out there that some people don't have food in their cupboards, and that's what you want in Dominica. I wonder what you preach to people. What are you preaching to people? But Donny, the United Workers' Party is in turmoil. They are confused, and so confused that they don't even know what they're fighting anymore. They fight labor so much, and right after the election, when they're supposed to be talking about what happened and what they could do, they start fighting among themselves. Fighting among themselves. We hear Blessing throwing out clips. We hear people calling and saying, well, you know what? The way things going there, best Kerrit stay there because, or you know better than him. I mean, just confusion. I tend to believe that God put a spirit of confusion in this party.
But listen, what it boils down to, and the public, is a lack of leadership, my brother. Leadership in many definitions, but one I like very much is providing guidance, motivation, right? Leading people with purpose and direction, right? That's what leadership is. giving people a purpose and a reason why they should follow you. And that is what they're lacking. They do not have leadership.
And you're right, you're right.
Without that, you're going to have chaos.
You're right, because the leader is confused. The leader is confused, so that's how he lead. He lead in confusion, so everybody follow his pattern. Listen to his colleagues in Parliament. But Mills have some clips he want to play from Matt. And Donny, I want you and the listeners to listen to that carefully. The confusion that is going on Q95 in the United Workers' Party. Very much confusion.
Reasons, all the wrong reasons. So this mesh, this thing, Tahir is saying one thing, Corbett is saying one thing, Alex is saying one thing. Where are we? That's the problem. Now, that's the distraction from Vince becoming prime minister and Skerritt becoming president. This is what happens over.
Okay, that is Dale Dungleben.
Yeah.
Where are we? Where are we? Confused, right? APP is in turmoil, and now he's asking, where are we? That is, where is the UWP? Because he's looking at, no, the distraction is distraction. No, it's not distraction. That's where you are. Next one, Mills.
But I think you creating the divide,
Why is that?
These issues, that's internal issues. Let people fight their issues. I think you have to.
But you don't think that the public needs to know what is really.
No, Matt has been accused now of creating the confusion, creating the debate, because there is trouble in the camp. Next one.
Good morning.
My brother, how you doing?
Matt, I can see Skerritt listening to the show right now.
And he laughing.
A big wicked smile on his face, a wicked smile. Yeah. Matt, can you imagine a party not in power yet? They're not even in opposition yet. They just start. And you hear about money is missing already. People cannot account for money is missing. Matt, fathers, what if these people get in power and they're controlling the public purse? And Matt, you're telling me that there are it looks like there are two entities.
Two factions, eh?
Yes. One is Kendra and Alex, and one is Tyra and Corbett. What is Matt, which a party that just formed, they're building houses for people already. Workers there so long, workers there 20 years, workers cannot build house for people. And a party that just formed have money to build house for people and do all kind of projects. Matt, I don't know, but that is shocked. Matt, I tell you, I think you know what? That's Kerry Stadium. That's Kerry Stadium.
That is not a labor right. Callers, listeners, that is not a labor right talking. That's a frequent caller to unite to a MAT program. That is saying that APP just formed, have no seat in parliament, and can do things for people. And United Workers' Party, who is in opposition for the last 20 years, cannot do nothing. The man saying something is wrong.
Best we stay.
We stay with Skerritt. That's what he's saying. And you know what? If it's one time they make sense, he makes sense, is there. Because United Workers' Party is not doing anything for people. Anything. You remember when the by-election in Point Michel, Thompson Fountain go trying to promise people house?
Yep.
Up now the man to get it, they go raise funds to fix a man house, and he never get the money.
Simeon Albert is the one that had to come and force them to give him the money,
Yes.
Yeah. Matt was forced to call a program that night, remember?
Yeah, he was forced, man. Yeah. He called the program.
Free time,
So where was the money all the time?
Okay. So when this caller is saying to Matt, something is wrong. But he said another thing. APP money is missing already. No, it's not APP alone money is missing. A woman gave money to the opposition for that case, the last case they had. And she want accountability. Where the money gone? And she cannot get it yet.
Last week.
She called last week.
She called last week?
Yes.
Yes. But you know what? I was looking to get the audio, but that program they didn't put on Facebook because she called again and embarrassed them.
Okay.
Again, for the third or the fourth time, she wants to know what happened to her money.
It was on podcast.
It should be on podcast. Brian Linton said we should ask her how much she donated and give her money back. Matt say, well, she might give a high number.
But why are you thinking of giving her money back when she was asking you to account?
She just asking for account.
Exactly.
No, they want to tell Isaac calling and telling her how she can get accountability, where to go. She want it on air.
No, but and listen. Isaac Baptist also called back and said that the person have to be a card-paying member.
Yes.
So it seems like they all of a sudden they make up a new rule,
a new policy.
So they are checking the people who can pay member when they will accept the
they
thing.
Take money from anybody now, but when you want accountability, you have to be an account paid member. I mean that is just ridiculous, and it's a Ponzi scheme. Right? No, that is the kind of people we have in opposition that want to control the purse. And you know what is burning me? They want accountability from the government. You want accountability. When people, Nasio Fountain after the hurricane had something on Q95, fundraising thing. No one knows how much money that was raised. Up to this day.
Oh, yes.
No one knows. So it's not in APP alone money is missing. We heard Joshua Francis said that the leader pay his mortgage. Right? Paid up his mortgage. Right? And the rest of them struggling. So, Dhoni, it's not APP alone that don't have accountability. The United Workers' Party don't give account for their spending, especially with the leader, and no one can question him where they freed him.
Well, I am not even going to entertain APP. Okay?
You're not entertaining what?
I'm not going to entertain APP. Okay. But I want to highlight the attitude of the Workers' Party.
Yes.
Right? The venom that they direct at other political parties. Right? They behave like marauders. You know what I mean? Like bandits, like buccaneers.
Buccaneers.
As long as you are not on their party, they take up their pitchforks to come at you. Right? Look at what APP. APP is nobody. But look how they behave.
They're attacking APP every day.
Yes. Look how they behave with APP.
You see, what I notice about them, anytime you say something to bring them off the narrative, they take that thing very serious. Anytime you say something that doesn't go according to the narrative, they want to stifle you, because the narrative is very important to them.
Right. Exactly. And they want to force any party in opposition in Dominica to join them, despite of how pathetic they are, despite of how disorganized they are. They want APP to join them, and if you don't join us to take off Skerrit, we're going to come at you with venom. That's how they behave, like terrorists.
And on the program, you spoke about the lady. Someone just called me and said that. What they said also on the program, I was not listening, that the lady that is asking for money is a laborite.
Yes. The accuser of being a laborite. All right. When she was giving money, she was workers. When she
Exactly.
she don't have money back. She just want to know what become of that money. Where oti la gela, ça ou fait veille. That's all the lady want to know. They accuse her of labor, right? They accuse her of a plant of skerrit. That's what Brian Linton said. Matt, I feel that a plant skerrit put there.
and you see, these guys they're so delusional, right? They are so consumed and desperate by the lure of power. They do not see the error of their ways.
Yeah.
They cannot see it. Listen to Brian Linton. Brian, everything is somebody else's fault. It's Skerrit's fault. Everything. They lose a case. The judge is corrupt. You know what I mean? They lose the election. Get people voting. These people cannot sit down as grown adults, with a sober mind, and sit down and do a post-mortem of their performance. Where have you gone wrong? How can we? And if you advise them, look, people come and say, guess what? Lennox Linton is not good as leader. He's not approachable. He's not a people's person. He's too angry. Oh, if you say that, man, you are enemy to the party. Look at their loyal, faithful Marlon Jodell. He's an outcast now. Look at Oswald George, who went to jail for them, you know. Remember that?
Oh yes.
He was locked up on February 7, 2017, because he was the police suspect. He was part of the violence of the
mob.
They were doing in town.
Yeah, February 7th.
And Oswald Judd had to come back live on social media and say the only person who benefits from this party is Lennox Linton, and he wants his money back.
Yeah. Lennox asked him how he wanted it, whether check, cash, or US.
Yeah, or send his bank account information. You know.
Okay. I think Donnie, I think somebody going to call. Yeah, somebody going to call.
Okay.
Yeah. So I will let them call, and well, as usual, you know it. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Good evening, caller.
Good night, Mr. Mills.
Good night, Honorable Blackmore.
I always listen to you guys, and I want to really commend Donnie and the rest of the guys who have been over the years actually educating and edifying the public. And I think you have to be commended for that. I listened to the program every Thursday night.
Thank you very much.
I like the tone of the discussion. And I wanted to add, with your permission, last week Thursday, you had Daniel Luge and the member for Parliament for the Salisbury constituency also, and the leader of the opposition. And certain pronouncements were made, and it's kind of consistent with what Donnie and you guys have been saying.
Oh yes.
It's to me, it's a form of defeat. And I'm not sure if you heard that it was said that what we need to do in Dominica is to emulate basically what transpired in Guadeloupe last week. And one particular member of Parliament for Rosa North, to be more precise, said that we have X number of police officers in Dominica. So what we need to do is to have simultaneous events, demonstration, in a manner reminiscent of what transpired in Guadeloupe. Do you understand that?
Yes, I heard that. Yes.
Saying that that's the only way, basically, you can bring down the government. So by inference, therefore, what they're saying that they cannot win the election by the ballots.
They are not concentrating on that. They give up.
And it's a way of interaction, by way of acrimony and violence. And I think it's absolutely important what you guys are doing here tonight. You try to educate the public that these guys are really and truly, they're really serious. I have not heard them in Parliament. Try to bring to the fore matters that are relevant to the development of their constituents, or how they actually approach a relevant ministry that concerning any issues of significance insofar as the betterment of the communities or the responsibility or the constituencies are concerned. You never heard that.
Never.
And I'm not sure why that the guys want to resort to inciting people to cause acrimony and violence. And we all know what transpired on February 7th, 2 years ago. We all saw via social media platforms the violence on the streets in Guadeloupe, the destruction to private and public property, businesses, etc. That is what we want to bring to Dominica when we are fighting with COVID-19, when we should be working together, working in concert to ride that storm. And we should be putting aside all political, biases and work for the transcending national interests. And I think when the Prime Minister in the last sitting of Parliament spoke from his heart and actually called on the Workers' Party's opposition to be part of the process and offer an olive branch, yet another opportunity for the guys and them to rise to the moment. And they have failed to do that. And I am saying to myself that the public must be aware that apparently, from what I've seen and from what they've seen, that the Workers' Party in its current form is not interested in the development of the country. Is not interested in the dynamic Dominica that we're talking about. Is not interested in building better. Because we cannot be interested in those very noble ideas. And at the same time trying to prompt people, Mr. Mills and Donny and others, to cause violence in the country and to destroy private and public and business spaces. Can you imagine that? And I believe that the type of politics that the Labour Party actually has been backing on in the past years is one of embracing progressive ideas. Improve education, improve healthcare, improve housing, and all those important issues that are relevant to adding value to people's lives, And as we speak, we're spending over $120 million to totally rehabilitate the road in the northeastern part of the country. And another word about this thing as to how you think it should be done. Yes, I support it, but I think we should have more culverts there. You get my point? But then they're still as to how they can cause violence and cause problems in the country, talking about who have been employed, etc., engaged, talking about truckers. And of course, as we have said before, the truckers have a genuine concern. That is why the Prime Minister, the Minister for Public Works, the Minister for Tourism, and myself met with the truckers because we believe that the concerns are genuine and the concerns need to be addressed. You get my point? That's how we got with it. It's not so Mr. Miller.
Yes, that's it.
But I think at the end, this constant beating of the drums of violence in this country is not the way for us to actually, it's not the road, not the track we should traverse. Too many issues that we have no control over. Things like the pandemic, the natural disasters that we have to deal with to try to survive in our current environment. For us among ourselves, we're supposed to be bright and adult thinking. To be engaging. Politics is about a contest of ideas, isn't that so?
That's what it is.
Bring those ideas and nothing wrong in having diversions of views as to how we should run the country. But that's how politics should be based on, characterized, arguments for the betterment of the country. You get my point?
Oh, yeah.
And I can totally denounce this constant calling for violence in this country. And all of us have a responsibility. The Labour Party supporters, the independent-minded people, and Workers' Party supporters, or whatever political persuasion you may have, to condemn, any pronouncement of violence from any individual, any group of people. So as I end, let me just comment and congratulate my brother and Honorable Dr. Vince Anderson for returning to cabinet.
Yeah.
I'm totally convinced that he will continue to be the person he is and to make a meaningful contribution, to the cabinet of Dominica, to the people of Gambia and the people of Dominica. Wonderful program. I'll continue to listen to you guys.
Yeah, before you go, Mr. Blacko.
Yeah.
When the member said that the number of police and there is if we have blockade simultaneously, keep the police busy, isn't that inciting violence?
Of course it is. Of course it is, and that is why I'm saying, of course it is.
So why isn't Danny? Why isn't he arrested?
I'm not going to speak like I'm giving the police instruction on national radio. You get my point?
Yeah.
But the issues, of course, as a minister, that I'm very much concerned about, and issues that have to be addressed.
Because when I heard that, I say, "Oh my God, that police should be at the man door the next hour."
Yeah, and then so I'm saying because when you use words and language, for me, someone who actually take language very seriously, and also to is that Donnie?
Ellison.
Okay, yes, sir. Good night. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Yeah.
One of the things we have to do, and we have been able to do as a government over the years, is to not to add to the tempo. You get my point?
Yeah.
We have tried our best to de-escalate a potential explosive situation, and that is important, especially when you're part of a government. And then you have to be able to gauge as to some of the issues that are brought forward by certain people to create a situation for the state to overreact. Sorry, you have to be mindful about that. But having said that, the law has to have sanction. And then when persons say things that are out of order, that has an element of that person maybe exposing his or herself to some kind of legal jeopardy, that is something that has to be pursued. I know the police is doing what it's supposed to be doing. You get my point?
Yes.
I'll leave it as that. And those are the folks, of course, because no one, at the same time, having said that, and I'm one person who believes, Mr. Mills and the other guys there tonight, I'm not someone who believes that we should criminalize politics. You get my point?
Okay, all right.
But at the same time, there's an extent to which when you express when you use certain language, and for example, one of the mistakes folks make, and I want to add to that tonight, is that I believe that incitement as an offense it only becomes an offense if you say something and somebody acts on what you have said.
Okay.
No, but that's totally false. If you say something and the average person can take it to mean that you're inciting me to do something, so that the actual crime does not have to commit. To be committed. You get my point?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
The utterance of the language itself, okay, which is actually inciting people to commit a potential crime, can surpass. So you don't have to say, Mills, I want you to go and block the street tomorrow, and then Mills proceed to do it for the actual crime or offense, of incitement to be committed.
Exactly so.
The usage of the language, insinuating that, is incitement. And I think it's absolutely so. The elements itself, and Mr. Mills used to be a prosecutor, the elements of, and to actually
incitement
for a crime to be committed, these elements are clear by the actual utterance of the language itself, or whatever expression that you may use. Do you get my point? And I want to say that.
Yes.
And I think it's absolutely important that we as Dominicans see politicians for who they are. You cannot tell me for the past how many years all they're doing is trying to incite people to violence. You get my point, what I'm saying. And of course, now is not the time for that. We have too many good things going on right now in this country. There it is, Mr. Mills, and we just in December this month we're going to open this massive hurricane shelter and resource center in Jimmy.
Just at my back.
$18 million.
Yeah.
And which is going to be able to house 500 people in the event that they're going to require shelter in a time of disaster. And then you're going to have a resource center for the community of Jimmy to be able to use. And the same obtains in Casabus, $13 million to house 300 people. And I just referenced $120 million being spent on these roads.
Yep.
And then you're just again going to see from Blue Bay going all the way back to Bacatel, including Granby, the reconstruction of that road. And it's going to be built in a way to mitigate against hazard to the country, consistent with our intention for Dominica to become the first climate resilient country in the world. All these things that we're doing, building a hospital, of 2 hospitals simultaneously, and we have to commend the people of the government and people of China. But it's remarkable that a small island state, after 2 devastating disasters like Maria and Erica before, is able to build from its own resources a hospital of the magnitude of Marigot. It is remarkable that a government from its own resources, in the middle of a pandemic, can build a brand new school in Mao.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, yes.
And building health centers for the country, health and wellness facilities, including Newtown.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're about to do one in Soufriere. And houses are still being built.
Oh, yeah.
And I want to say to the people of Kenfield, coming soon. Your apartment is going to start in Kenfield very soon. And we're going to relocate the people of Canberra in a very incremental manner. All these things we have in the agenda to advance this country. And these guys are not talking about these issues. Look at what's happening on Riverbank in Roseau. These 2 impressive apartments. Roseau always historically have, as you know, you worked in town for a while.
Yeah.
It's a serious and I want to do a very acute housing problem.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the first time you have a purposeful attempt to build proper houses for the people of Roseau. Look at it. Look at the 2 apartments there.
Mm-hmm.
And you have persons saying nothing happened in this country. I want people to go and burn along the street.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to. I mean, it's a clear choice. It's a binary decision we have to make in this country. Which direction you want to proceed between the 2? One of violence and hopelessness, or one of progress, where Dominica can become a dynamic country, advancing to the highest level, being part of the global excellence that other countries enjoy. That is what we bring to the people of Dominica, you know. And guys talking about wanting at the same time to have 8 simultaneous attacks in the country, fire on the road and stuff like that, and burning people's property, and you have a pastor who is supposed to be embracing what is noble and embracing what is good. It's embracing what is profane. Being part of the world, a man of God cannot be part. You cannot be part of God's kingdom and part of the world at the same time. You have to try to convince people like Mr. myself and Donnie and your other guests to come on board. You get my point?
Mm-hmm.
And that is why it is becoming so difficult for any government, because you have persons who are supposed to be part of the national developmental agenda who are getting themselves involved and marinated with politics, and I think that is dangerous. You see, and so folks, wonderful program, and Mills, I want to say that we're almost complete with the Masak Indoor Sports Facility.
Oh yes,
I'm happy that the basketballers like it, and we are just next week going to install the extractors so that inside the place will not be too hot. We have completed the external court, and the facility is for the people of Massa. For the people of Massa, I think that in itself symbolizes something. Historically, Massa has always been a community of embraced sports, especially basketball. So we're also adding to the sporting menu netball and volleyball. What I want to see is the emergence of a netball team in Massac and Kenfield in Mao, you know, and volleyball, etc.
It will come.
That is what the Labour Party brings. Mm-hmm. And if you go across the country, similar attempts to actually improve sporting facilities throughout the country. That's what the Labour Party brings to the fore. Is a sense of hope, notwithstanding the current situation that we are confronted with by COVID. One of the things I've learned in counseling, etc., and in crisis management and resolution is that you never look at the current predicament for resolution and comfort. What you say that at one stage in your life, things are better. And if things are better at one stage in your life, in the future, things might be even better than when you were happier. So you never use a current predicament for resolution and comfort. You look at the possibility of things being better in your life. And not only in your life, but in the lives of people within the community and people within the country. That is what we are brought on earth for, Mr. Don and others. Is to make, because we have to die. So our physical presence on earth is just one phase of the evolutionary process of life. What is important is while you are occupying physical planet Earth, is to use your talent and your skill to make planet Earth better for those to follow. And that is important, and that is what the Labour Party is doing. It's living behind a legacy of progress and prosperity for those to follow. So all the wonderful things that happen in the country right now, they're not being built for Honorable President Prime Minister alone. They've been built for Dominicans. Dominicans who are alive now and those to follow. So when we destroy what they have built, we are destroying the future of our people now, and we are making it more difficult for those to follow. And Labour Party is not about that. Labour Party mantra is all shall eat, which means that every Dominican, the dispossessed, those who occupy the margins of society, can have a fair taste of the national cake. That is why you must not take lightly, Mr. Mills, the reduction in the transfer fees for titles. And as I said, the Parliament is tied to a broader fundamental principle of the Labour Party of ensuring that everybody is given a fair opportunity to own a piece of this country. Because if to make a country to be a dynamic country, the populace, the nationals, must be given a fair opportunity to own a piece of this country. To have a title before your name, you can go to the bank with a sense of dignity to contract a loan, or a house. I want to think about the thousands of apartments that we're building and help assisting people to construct home on their private properties. That in itself can be tied to what we have just done in Parliament to further extend the reduction in transfer fees for titles. So, I mean, there's so many things we can talk about that is current Labour Party and under the current leadership that we have had. Notwithstanding all national disasters that we have had, notwithstanding the global financial meltdown that we have experienced, have been able to do all those things, my friend. I think it is remarkable. And I think when the history of this country will be written in a new edition of Dominica's story. I mean, the whole book should be set aside for the work that the Labour Party has done, especially from 2004 to now, is absolutely exceptional, and it should not be underestimated and taken for granted. And it is so because that we had a leader who had to lead from and think outside the box, because the status quo was not working. Why the status quo was not working? Because a few were given opportunities to better themselves. A few were given opportunities to go to school. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we all know the best way to fight poverty is through housing and education. When you're educated, you're given an opportunity not only to educate yourself, but to contribute towards your own livelihood. And that is what the Labour Party is all about. And that is what the Labour Party offers. So I'm saying that, as I said before, the choice between the two is clear. One of destruction and hopelessness, and one of progress and progressive thinking. Gentlemen, I continue to listen to you guys. a wonderful program.
Okay, Mr. Blackboard, tomorrow I will be passing and check you for what we talk about.
Okay, no problem.
And,
okay.
Yes.
and Parvep,
Yes.
it seems like you're still on that whatever you had there. I'm still waiting for my own.
No, the thing is that the older you get, and the more cautious you are. I think
But-
I want to drink. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm not too far.
Yeah, but
I tried to wonder what is that on the drinking there, boy.
When I passed a couple days ago, but it was not there, and then I don't think I did not see a vehicle there.
Okay.
So so I'll be passing back and maybe tomorrow.
I tried to wonder what is that on the drinking. I get enough that age, you know.
That's cool. And I want to commend you before you go, young Scott, because you did a remarkable job
Oh yeah.
in trying to assist the people in Taro.
We have a compost plant to build there, and we need help for that because we have the funds to start it, but there's a little issue that came up.
The project.
Yes, a compost plant. Yeah.
And then some more housing improvement, etc. And as you know, that every Sunday we have a program there where we're providing. We didn't talk about it, and I want to really commend folks like Davis and John.
Oh yeah, he's done a good job.
Who go out every Sunday to make sure that the people who are in live get the lunches on time. And I'm happy to do that every Sunday. You get my point. And we also extend it to some people in Mao and Masak when they move to Kenpino, and to offer that same opportunity for persons who on a Sunday ready. And I want to also take time out to come in unfair with just the cooking.
Okay.
And we provide fish, provide chicken, and provide some pork, and a balanced diet, the peas, and a lot of small containers, wonderfully put together, and we have a healthy drink. And I really commend Unfair for doing that every Sunday. And the folks who go out, even a couple of weeks ago when they had all the rain, the people got the meals, and I think that was commendable. But I want to express my gratitude to you publicly for the work you have been doing in the community of Taro.
Yeah.
Okay, one love.
Thank you. And I'm also coming. I'll exchange with you when you're ready. I have Lviv, the power of 5.
What?
I have Lviv coming, the power of 5.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Okay, right. Yeah, that was that.
Let me just tell the listeners, Mills is getting old. You need to drink some.
You can say you can say what you want. You can say what you want. You the minister say I'm doing a public service. I'm making it available to people like you. I'm making people, and Donny.
Donny Mills start drinking some things, but
Donny not on yet. No. You see how long the minister speak. The last time when he came here.
One thing I know, only a miracle can bring up a dead man.
A dead man.
Okay, but back to where we were, Mills.
Yeah.
What I see happen, and the callers, the lines are open now. It's your turn now.
Yeah.
The United, we have a caller.
Okay, Don is back.
Oh, Don is back.
Don is back before so the caller called just today. Donny, let me just take that call and then you call back. Caller on the local line. Donny call back.
Good evening, comrade.
Oh, yeah.
Edison and Mills and
yes.
Good evening. Nice interview with the honorable minister. Always there, always ready, to come on and to share his own perspective. But I cannot leave but comment on something you said, on the program that last week when the other side met on their radio program, they spoke about stretching the police thin, and have something there and something there and something there and something there, so to frustrate the police. I see that on the show this week in the parliament, and the very same people antagonizing the speaker, hoping that the speaker would behave in a particular manner that would give them the excuse that they are looking for to create the same problem they spoke about last week there. You see, and so we should not give them any break. We should be riding them, as much as we can, to expose their dirty tricks, expose them for what they are. Because, if they believe that the only way they can get into government is for violence, then we should not give them the opportunity that they need. But when it comes to, we should be able to stand up to it and fight it down. You know, and you saw it in the house. And when when the government side started, you know, taking them on, you know, it was a bit confusing, but you have to take them on to assist the speaker, and that's exactly what happened. So they come in with all their strategy. They're sleeping. You know, they cannot sleep quiet. You know, their mind going at great breakneck speed. You know, how can they unseat this government? What can they do next? You know, what can they do next? And so they're thinking, and they've settled on violence. Violence is what their leader, you know, knows best. You know, violence is what the aspiring deputy political leader knows best. And of course, the Maji on the West Coast. You know, I mean, he's just following in their footsteps. You know, I didn't say that there. I'm the comforter. I said that in his calypso. Maji from Bowie. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Maji from Bowie. Don't he come back?
Yeah, don't he's back. Don't he's back on because he's disconnected.
The Maji from Bowie.
Don't he reconnected?
Yeah, I know. Oh.
Yeah.
Before I go further, I want to. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I mean, yeah.
But right. It's Lodo.
It's Lodo. I think it was my thing. Try a little louder.
All right. I want to congratulate my power rep, Dr. Vince Henderson.
Oh yes.
Yes, on his swearing today as a minister. You know, Minister of Planning, Economic Development, Climate Resilience, Sustainable Development, and Renewable Energy. You know, and I am very pleased and very excited to have Dr. Henderson back in the cabinet. A man of great experience and great knowledge, and he's going to bring all his skills and competencies, you know, to the government,
and the cabinet,
and the cabinet, yes, and to help in the government's thrust of development. So I know he's going to be a great asset. He is a great asset to Dominica, and he's getting an opportunity again to put his skills, you know, to the mission. So thank you, Dr. Henderson. We're happy for your service. I'm happy to have you back, and happy to have you as my power rep.
That's all. You have to choose which is your constituency, you know, either Pay Bush or Granby, you know. You can't have to, you know.
Granby constituency. That's why I registered to vote, you know.
Okay. Well, I before I forget, I myself, I want to really again congratulate my countryman, as he told me the other day. He is, you know, my former power rep, 2000 to 2009, and you know, and my ambassador, and he's one politician I'm very proud of. To me, there's something special about his political career. A person who spent 2 terms in office, then was out of the cabinet for how many terms? 3 terms, but between that time, he had a remarkable career as a diplomat, and he advanced himself as a scholar, and now he was also a person in the consultancy business. So he has made himself very marketable, and is now back again in the cabinet. I think. Well, let me not say that, but I think the cabinet can have more than one senior minister. But I think he is well deserving of his victory. He's well deserving of his position, and as a matter of fact, he's fully qualified for that position that they put him as the minister.
Vince is qualified. Honorable Vince Henderson is qualified for any position they put him.
Well, but you see, but that one is specific. You know, he's specialized.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a specialist.
And I join in that too because Vincent Lesson, Honorable former ambassador, is that kind of person that you love to love, easy to love, and goes with him that kind of experience. I mean, while he was out from the political platform, from the parliament and the cabinet, Vince went on to further himself. He, as you rightly used the word, marketable. He made himself more marketable, and not only for Dominica, internationally. And Vince, as a Dominican, I am proud to be a Dominican with you, because when you see people reach those heights, not only they go up, but they can bring up others. And with your experience, we expect great things from you in Dominica. And when much is given, much is required of you. And we know that you can deliver. We know that you will deliver, because you have delivered in the past, and you made the job of ambassador even exciting. You made the job of ambassadors look easy. You make it look like something that can benefit them. Other times, you never hear about ambassadors before, Vince. You just know this. Who was the ambassador? Who is the ambassador for that? You never know that, right? But Vince, he was in touch with the people, never left the people. So that, I say, great job. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Oh yes, I'm very happy to know that this
Donnie,
is somebody that I know. Donnie.
Well, yeah, my friends. I know we're about to wind down. Almost
2 minutes and a half.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Oh, but Donnie, before you even be sorry. I must share that. Jyoti brother wrote something in the newspaper about Labour Party did not take care of Jyoti, and what a shame when people use death to get a minute of fame, and a fame. Labour Party, the Prime Minister, and the people at Kyrie FM did take care of Jyoti. Let me tell you, and that I take offense at when I look at what the guy wrote in the paper, because the Labour Party gave Jyoti an apartment.
Well, I don't think we have enough time to discuss.
I just had to say that, because somebody has reminded me.
We have less than 2 minutes.
And the Prime Minister did a very good job with taking care of Jyoti. That's why I just want to let people know that whatever has been said is just because this guy did not get the apartment Jyoti had that he wanted. That is the big issue about it. I thank you.
Yeah. We'll discuss another time. But I wanted to say thank you guys for having me on today. A very, very good program. I hope the listeners enjoyed it too. And we'll be back next week, God willing.
Yeah, God's willing.
Continue our discussion of true politics, where we present facts and evidence-based information to dispel the avalanche of non-stop lies and innuendos from the other side. And before I go, I want to say good night to my good friend Mavis James. I know you're listening. I hope you're doing okay with your health. And I'm just happy to bring a smile to your face, because I know you listen to our program very, very, very intently every week.
Yeah.
So have a wonderful evening, and God bless you. Also to 16, I know he listens also. 16, have a wonderful evening. It was nice talking to you, and have a wonderful evening. And God bless you also, and God bless every Dominican.
Thank you, Donnie. You said everything. So, listeners, until next week, we'll be back with another program of Impeachment.
Looking at me, what you see. Who I am is Dominican. Did I? Na na na. Give me. she spot of me. From where you stand, see a reflection of she. Tall is her body, can't you see it in me? She's a natural beauty, whitey goobly. She's one of a kind, lasting impression on your mind. Come look in me eyes, see my pride in the nature. I am what I am, a Dominican. When they ask me who I am, point to what direction. Straight from the air, I am Dominican. When they ask me who I am, I tell them where I'm from. In every way, I am Dominican. Dominica lives in me. Looking at me is what you see. Who I am, what I am, is Dominican. Did I? Na na na. Give me.
This is the model of the Dominica Labour Party. We are focused on enhancing lives and on meeting people where they are so that we can better respond to their everyday challenges. I am proud of our record in this regard, and I thank the people of the Granby constituency for responding to our sincere approach and commitment to serve their needs and continue to provide them with strong representation following the passing of our fallen comrade, Ed Regis. The people of Granby have once again placed their confidence in the Dominica Labour Party as the best and only party which can effectively represent their interests. I am personally grateful for the trust they have shown me as the leader of the Dominica Labour Party. When I presented Dr. Henderson as the recommended candidate for the Labour Party, I asked the constituents of Granby to trust me to act in their best interests. The impressive voter turnout and the high margin of victory speak volumes. I thank them for this show of confidence and say in no uncertain terms to the people of Granby, because as a person, I value true friendship and loyalty. The Granby voters have demonstrated that to me. Your loyalty and faith will continue to be rewarded. I thank you most graciously for this show of confidence. Already, my friends, major infrastructural projects are in the pipeline for the area, including the construction of the Meacham Bridge, and I saw it has been affected again with the heavy rains earlier today. And this bridge is part of the Lube to Bacatel Road Rehabilitation Project. As a matter of fact, I believe that there are 5 bridges or 6 bridges to be constructed under this project. Work is near completion on the Granby Primary School, which will be named in honor of our fallen comrade, Honorable Edward Regis, for his contribution to the Granby constituency and Dominica, and of course, his commitment to education in that constituency. And we should soon see play resume on the soon-to-be-completed, newly rehabilitated Geneva playing field, and I'm sure Willie Favre is very happy to see that work is ongoing on this project. And of course, the dozens of new homes will be constructed across the constituency, in Mountain, in Gaza, in Bordeaux, in Granby, also in Grand Colibri. We're committed to addressing the housing situation there. Exciting times lie ahead for the Granby constituency and, of course, Dominica by extension. But despite the obvious challenges, we are forging ahead. I call on citizens to look with hope to the developments that are already underway in this country. This is a working government. As all Dominicans say, Labour Katwalai. And we will continue to create opportunities for every single Dominican. On Monday, we go to the Parliament to pass a resolution for the approval of the rules-based fiscal responsibility framework. As promised, we have done necessary reviews following consultations with various stakeholders and finalized the framework which will now be brought to the Parliament. It was important that we got this measure right because the fiscal responsibility framework will assist us as a country to continue to provide strong and prudent management, and as a government also strong and prudent management of the public finances and oversee more comprehensive and credible budget process. It will also enhance fiscal discipline, increase transparency and accountability in matters related to the macroeconomic management of the state. And I want to say to us, as citizens, that with this fiscal responsibility framework, it is really something that every family and every business should really seek to have, because it will help you cushion the impact of external shocks and even the pandemic that we are facing or natural disaster. And also, as part of the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, we have a responsibility to see this framework through, to keep our commitment to attain a debt to gross domestic product target of 60% by 2035, and to ensure we can attain a level of savings in order to better respond to the needs of the people of Dominica. If we do not manage the affairs of the state in a prudent manner and there are no savings, the question is, how are we going to effect the kind of development that all of us would like for a country, and how can the government better place itself to assist you, the people of Dominica? The implementation of this measure, I believe, will contribute to financial stability, growth, competitiveness, and equity to facilitate a sustainable and resilient economy. Another important measure on the order paper is the introduction of a bill for an act to modernize public procurement in Dominica. The act is entitled Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property and will provide for the retention and disposal of public property in accordance with the principles of good governance. It will also allow for the establishment of the Public Procurement Board and the Procurement Review Council. You know, every so often there's talk about procurement and increased transparency. We are bringing this new bill to the Parliament to respond to some of the concerns, even if sometimes the concerns that some people raise are ill-placed. We'll also seek parliamentary approval for the supplementary estimates of expenditure for the year 2020-2021, amounting to $275 million, and introduce a number of bills. This includes bills for the amendment to the Title by Registration Act, the Stamp Duty Act, and also the Income Tax Act. The amendments to the Title by Registration Act, the Stamp Duty, and the Income Tax will all put money in people's pockets and further empower our people. I look forward to you joining us for the debate in the House over the next few days. I'm not sure how long, we'll see how long it goes, but certainly we'll start tomorrow at 10. Last evening, I met with a number of Dominican entertainers to hear their concerns about the impact of COVID-19 on their livelihoods. As we all know, we have had to curtail the hosting of entertainment events and social gatherings for fear of the spread of COVID-19. We do understand, though, however, the severe consequences for entertainers who are, simply put, out of work. I was happy to engage with the over 50 entertainers, musicians, promoters, service providers, sound engineers, and others who shared the ideas and recommendations on how we can generate activity and income within the industry despite the pandemic. I asked the entertainers to organize a working group which will make structured recommendations to government on the best approaches to resolving the issues they face. That group should be in place by the end of the week, and I look forward to their submissions soon so that we can move forward with those recommendations. As I told the meeting last night, I believe this approach can benefit our development efforts in Dominica. This government is open to hearing the ideas of all sectors and considering ways that we can together, because we must understand that we're in this together, confront the challenges of our times. This pandemic affects us all, and we must devise ways as a nation to take care of our people and to help them protect their health and their livelihoods. My dear friends, now we're hearing of a new COVID-19 variant named Omicron, which has been identified in countries in South Africa, in the southern part of Africa, and the United Kingdom, Germany, and Israel. This is really news that we do not or would not have liked to hear at this time. A new variant. We have seen how these variants work, and so our guard must be up. Our guard must be up. Our guard must be up. We are already hearing that the new mutation, which is potentially more transmissible, may be able to evade immunity. The World Health Organization has already declared it a variant of concern. It supports our conviction that vaccination is the key to building community immunity, and I cannot stress enough how important it is to respond to this call. If this variant is in fact more contagious, then we need to do what is necessary to protect our lives. In Dominica, the vaccines are available. At this point, we are no longer experiencing vaccine hesitancy, but more so vaccine resistance. People are simply opposed to taking the vaccines for no logical or fact-based scientific reason. How do we continue on like this? How do we continue on like this? We really can't continue on like this at all. And we all know it. Our lives and the lives of our loved ones are at risk. Our livelihoods are at risk. The lives of the elderly are threatened. And the future of our children is further compromised. There are still too many children in the country who are not vaccinated. And if we're going to want to get back to face-to-face classroom, then we have to get our children vaccinated. Okay, you, the parent, don't want to take it, but why can't you allow your child to take it? When I look at the percentages of the school population and those who have gotten vaccinated, it is way too large in terms of the number of people who have not taken the vaccine in school. So I'm urging parents, let us do what is just and what is right by our children. This government has certainly played its part, and no one can contest that. No one can contest that we have played our part. We have provided every single eligible citizen with the access to testing and, more importantly, to vaccines. The choice is yours to make. The choice is yours to make. And I encourage you to make the wise and logical choice for yourselves and your families. On today's program, I will take your questions and comments. You can call on 225-3400 or 611-3400. 225-3400 or 611-3400. Thank you very much. Another point I want to draw to the public's attention is that we will be announcing soon a decision to allow for booster shots among the vulnerable population. We are simply waiting now to increase our stock of vaccines. Once that is in place, then we'll announce the precise date of the commencement of that decision which the Cabinet has taken with regards to the booster shots, based on the recommendation of the Ministry of Health. And so persons who have underlying health issues, the elderly, you'll be afforded the opportunity to get a booster shot, and we are hoping to get some additional doses of vaccines very soon. Thank you. I also want to share with you an update on some initiatives that we would like to take. You know, we recognize that we have a great number of young architects in the country, and we intend to give these young architects an opportunity to tender on some projects. So we very soon, with the Ministry of Public Works, we'll be putting out some RFPs for the submission of conceptual drawings for a number of important facilities across the country, and we'll be exposing this to the local architects as an opportunity to engage a wide cross section of the society on the issue of drawings and architectural designs and so forth. Also, very soon we'll be launching. We're actually finalizing the drawings and the designs for several housing interventions in Scottshead, and I'm so happy for my friends in Scottshead. We'll be building those homes. The first phase in Savon in Scottshead, also in Point Michelle, the first phase in Point Michelle. Then we also will be doing the first phase in Eggleston. As you know, we acquired some lands from private owners there to build those homes, so we'll be moving with this. Also in Canefield East, government-owned lands there. We'll be doing the first phase for the folks in Massac and Canefield. And Woodfordale, we're finalizing the acquisition of some additional lands in Woodfordale, so that I know there's so many of you in Woodfordale who need homes, but you know they're a challenge with land, and so we're seeking to acquire additional lands there to build homes for you. And there are several other areas that we will be building homes. Paybush in Wamo Park, and also I know the Parliament is finalizing the acquisition of some lands in Calibishi. So desperately need some homes there in Calibishi. And of course, we will continue to announce other communities and Platmaper. You know, they will have to complete the 10 homes. Then, of course, the commitment to this. Very soon we'll come to Scottshead. I know Scottshead has been concerned about the brick in the road and the retaining wall. So we have the final drawings and costings. I'm trying to see whether the Ministry of Public Works can shave some of on this, because you know monies are tight to come by these days, and we have to see whether we can do the same thing for less. So I'm hoping that I can get this final stuff from them. And I wanted to also speak about the issue of online learning. I really want to thank the many teachers and principals who have been ingenious with their efforts, you know, to excite our children with the online learning. I know when you're home, the children have so many distractions, and so I really want to commend the teachers. I would also want to commend the parents. You know, we know it's challenging for many of you, but the government has been able to provide the devices across the primary schools in Dominica and secondary schools. And this has certainly helped in terms of children having access to a device, a proper device, rather than the parents' phones. And also with the initiative by the government through the NTRC, subsidizing the access to the internet, and so children have access to the internet. They have access to a device, and it has placed all our primary school children in a very strong position to access. On Facebook, somebody is asking for an update on the health centers. As you know, we have the Soufriere, we have the Bacatel, we have the Newtown, we have the Colliho, and we have the Ansdime and Penville to be commissioned. Penville is completed. I know we needed a few bits and pieces of furniture to be moved. So I believe we will be in a position, if all goes well, to commission. I think Bacatel has been ready for some time. Penville certainly. Basically, all the others are completed. It's a matter of putting some of the furniture and equipment. And I'm hoping that sooner rather than later, these additional health centers can be commissioned, and so that our people there can have better access and improve access to improved infrastructure. And certainly, I'm happy for the folks in Pennville in particular. That's my constituency. It is a source of pride and an excitement for the residents there. And it has certainly enhanced the ambience in Pennville. And so we look forward to this. And I also want to tell them, the youths in Pennville, that your basketball, you have seen, has started. It will be a court that will certainly be of the highest standards, with bleachers, proper lighting, with washroom facilities, change rooms, and also the same thing will be done in Vegas as well. We have acquired the land in Pennville. Contracts have been signed for these 2 basketball courts, and certainly I'm hoping that once these courts are completed, then we'll make use of them, because that is a challenge sometimes when people ask you for facilities, give it to them and they don't make use of them. But I'm confident that we'll make use of the courts that will be built in this part. I also want to, I know the Paolo Peroso had this initiative, and she made an advance to the Chinese government for table tennis boards for the schools in her constituency. And I believe that she extended it to nationally, and she was able to receive from the Chinese government on her request some 22 table tennis boards, and those table tennis boards will be handed over this week, I believe, Wednesday. And so you may very well see me in action against the Chinese ambassador in ping pong, in table tennis, you know. So come see the Chinese ambassador with me on Wednesday afternoon and so forth. I think Dr. Daru was also play against me, but I think he chickened out because he was a bit scared that I beat him out. But I think we might play, he and I may play off camera, so, you know, so I look forward to this. It's a good initiative there with the table tennis, and I'm hoping that schools can make use of it. I'm certain that I'll make use of it in Vegas in particular, because I know I have some youngsters there who are very keen on table tennis, and the new table tennis board certainly will enhance their skills, and so I look forward to receiving one on your behalf on Wednesday afternoon. Somebody's asking about the $10 barrel this Christmas. We have not finalized the decision on it. There is still an argument, I believe, on this. Sometimes, you know, you put an initiative in place and people use it the wrong way, you know, and there's always some challenges in terms of how it's rolled out. So there's some issues, you know. Sometimes, you know, people they have 10 barrels and they put it on 10 different bull names, you know, and when you do that, now it affects the economy. You know, it affects the small businesses, it affects job creation in our country. So everything has its pros and cons, and so we are weighing it this year, and we'll determine a final position on this. There's a question on Facebook. When will the Marigot Hospital be commissioned? I think I could say that the hospital is completed. We are now awaiting the equipment and the furniture for this facility, and I believe that the Ministry of Health, along with the hospital authority, have a plan and a strategy on the operationalization of the hospital. We'll all agree that this is a massive hospital, and this hospital was built beyond the needs of the Marigot Health District, because we're not building for 5 years or 6 years or 10 years. We've built this hospital for 40, 50 years. So the hospital, in terms of the space, is way above itself, way beyond itself, and of course the services that will be offered. So I've been told that they will be going on a phased approach in terms of the commissioning of the Marigot Hospital take it step by step, which is a logical approach. But certainly, eventually, the hospital will be fully operational with the international airport coming up on stream, and the developments that will be taking place around the construction of the international airport. Someone on Facebook again asking about the community center for La Plaine. I know we've identified, there was a lot that was identified, but it was too narrow for the structure that we need to build. But it's a commitment that I've given to the La Plaine folks. Clearly you have nowhere to host any events, and is certainly a need in La Plaine, and we're committed to doing so. I also want to take the opportunity to say to the folks in Portsmouth, and of course the entire north of Dominica, that I said some time ago that in the first half of 2022 we expect to commence the construction of the government complex in Portsmouth. It will be an edifice that will excite every one of us, not only in Portsmouth but in north of Dominica. And I believe that the government owes this to the people of Portsmouth, and we've been speaking about this for some time. And I am happy that we are making progress. I know the PAL rep met with a group of people in Portsmouth, including the mayor of the town, to share with them the government's perspective on this, to share with them the government's vision on this, and to solicit their support and working together to ensure that we can have this project a reality, make this project a reality. So I'm hoping to meet with the committee. I know the Minister, Honorable Douglas, is traveling on official business, so once he returns, and I will meet with the mayor and the councillors and the other leaders in Portsmouth to share the floor plan and to share the facade and the elevations of the structure, so that your input can be solicited and let's move ahead. But this is a building that folks from Roseville are going to come up to Portsmouth to drive, to look at. I mean, if they drove from Roseville all the way to see my home in Vickers when it was being built, I'm sure they're going to come to Portsmouth and so on. So they're going to come to see this building in Portsmouth. Where in Roseau will the new health center be built? The new health center in Roseau, we in the Boyd's Avenue, where the existing structure is, hospital, health center is, and also we've been doing some additional acquisitions adjacent to the current Roseau Health Center, and to look at parking on either side of the streets in terms of, and we've been looking at possibly doing a walkway across so that you don't have to cross the street to go to the health center. So very soon we will share with the residents of the Roseau Health District, because this health center is not only serving the city of Roseau, it will be serving the Roseau Health District. It's a very large district. So and their dental services, their eye care services, and other services that are primary healthcare services that are offered at the Roseau Health Center. This health center will be about 4 times the size of the existing health centers that we're building. So it won't be a small structure. It will be a massive structure. And also we'll be doing a new health center in St. Joseph. And I know the PAL rep has been working very hard. I know they have located a site for that, a location for that. And the Ministry of Health has, I believe, endorsed the site. We will no longer be building a health center that we currently have to cross a ravine to go to. In terms of building with greater resilience, we have to address this stuff. So this will be taken into consideration, and also we will start the new health center for the cottage area in Savonpie. Lands have been identified and endorsed and approved by the Ministry of Health as being suitable for the construction of the health center. So that is going to be done. With regards to the Goodwill, there are some questions coming to me. When will construction of the Goodwill School be expected to begin? I just held a meeting in the Chinese embassy on this. We are working very closely and diligently with the Chinese authorities on this not only Gulu Secondary School, but the Tet1 Primary School, the Calibishi Primary School, the Tibo Primary School, the Bellevue Chopin Primary School to provide accommodation for the new residents from Petit Savan and Bellevue Chopin, and also the Sineku Primary School. So they're in all 6 schools, 5 primary and 1 secondary. And we are now awaiting from the Chinese sent us the draft designs. We made some changes to some of them. And those changes are being factored into the final drawings. We are waiting now a schedule from the Chinese authorities, the Chinese government, but we have made it very clear to them about the urgency of this. And certainly in my meeting with them, I reiterated that particular issue, and so they're very mindful of this, and I'm hoping that in the next week or so we should really get some indication from the Chinese authority the scheduling of those school. And I understand the Gulu Primary School secondary school is critical and urgent, and but we're committed to doing a wonderful edifice for the students who attend this secondary school. I know you waited for so long for this school, but trust me, when it to be done, you'll certainly be satisfied. Likewise, the grammar school, the Ministry of Education is just finalizing. Well, they made some requests in terms of additional considerations, as I understand it, and once those have been addressed, then we will move to the next phase with regards to the Dominica Grammar School. You see another question there. Any updates on the Carhome Road? The Carhome Road, we have some funds from the European Union, and some of those funds, all of the funds have been assigned to farm access roads. Because of the extent of the works which need to be done in Carhome, and I've already given Carhome priority, Carhome and Salisbury Heights, that connection, priority, because of the extent of production in Carhome in particular. So we have to go to tender for this particular road, and I'm hoping that we can do so very soon. So the Carhome Road is on the cards. As you will well recognize, last year we did some works there. We did some concreting of roads, and that was well received by the farmers, because the sections that we did were in a terrible state. And so this was done. And my friends in Calibishi, you will see work hopefully started in the new year. We have finalized the contract for the Calibishi feeder road. It's a significant amount of money being spent, and there are about 8 additional. I do not have the list with me, so I don't want to start calling off my head. But certainly the Minister for Agriculture can provide that list to the public tomorrow or Tuesday. There are 8 or so farm roads, between 6 and 8 farm roads that have gone out to tender. And there are some additional funds, and we're hoping that those additional funds will be made available for a couple of additional roads and so forth. So things are looking up, and it's just a matter of going through these administrative procedures required. We have to ensure that we can properly account for the people's monies. So we're going through this period, but I'm happy that the important thing is that we have the funds. And the funds are available. They're here in Dominica in the development aid account. It's just a matter of finalizing the procurement processes, sign the contract, and so we can see work starting. Somebody's asking about any update on the international airport. Well, work is ongoing. We are building the site offices. That is ongoing. The contract was signed. Work is ongoing. Work has started. The lab is basically completed with all of the necessary equipment on island. There's a final stage of tendering taking place. I believe there are 4 companies that have been shortlisted, international companies that have been shortlisted for this project. And we will go through the review of the tender documents and make a determination on the award of a contract. But I want to assure Dominicans that in this international airport construction, we will certainly carve out opportunities for Dominicans. But we have to be diligent. We have to understand that that we are engaging ourselves in business, and we need to be serious when we get work, and be diligent when we get work. But certainly, we will be providing Dominicans with this. When will the Roseau Enhancement Project commence? We will continue with the Great George Street. I have directed that the Ministry of Public Works engages the public, especially those persons who are on an immediate street, on Great George Street, to engage the business owners, engage the property owners, to share with them the drawings and the plans and the scheduling of this. We had one outstanding issue with the developer with regards to the running of the cables in the underground docks, and that has been set aside, and so we're moving ahead of this. And also, we have a particular group of people who have been selling on the sidewalks for many years, and we need to ensure that in the process of developing the city and implementing the Roseau Enhancement Project, we do not displace people and affect in a negative way their livelihoods. And so we'll be meeting with the street side vendors to offer them to present something to them that we believe, from our perspective, will certainly enhance their opportunities, their business opportunities. So there's some exciting ways I believe that everyone can benefit from this development, from the Roseau Enhancement. So once we commence the Great George Street with new sidewalks, and we will share with you very soon through the Ministry of Public Works and Urban Development, the drawings, and all of the details on this, what the streets will look like when it's completed, so that everyone can appreciate what is being done in respect to the city of Roseau, which is really so important. And very soon also we'll give you further details on the Bayfront, what we intend to do on the Bayfront to create greater opportunities for entrepreneurs, for business people, so that they can be more people can be engaged in enhancing their livelihoods and really bringing a positive ambience to the city and letting the city be a true attraction, and not only for us as Dominicans, but for visitors to our country. Somebody's asking, given the situation in Guadeloupe right now and the possibility of illegal entry, what's my reaction to this? We certainly empathize with the people in Guadeloupe and the challenges that they're going through. We believe that people have a right to express their discontent, obviously respecting the rule of law and respecting everybody's rights to move freely and people's right for their properties to be protected. And Guadeloupe is a place, is a territory that we've had very strong ties with over an extended period of time, and we do hope and pray that that the people can get together and engage in a spirit of dialogue and to resolve the issues which are confronting them. And this is all I will say on this matter. In respect to illegal entry, the police are aware of this, the Coast Guard is aware of this, and the necessary measures are being taken to protect the territorial waters of our country. We have also spoken to the French authorities that they themselves also increase their surveillance of the borders, so that we can both work together to ensure that we can eliminate any illegal activities that will take place between our countries. So this is where we are. And of course, with the international airport, you know, I can say to you without any, you know, emphatically, that this airport will come to Dominica. And it's an important piece of infrastructure for us. And I believe that if we can, when we get this airport constructed, you know, we're gonna have a better appreciation for all of the investments that this government has made over the years, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of education, in terms of healthcare, and everything now is falling in place. We are doing the preparations, for example, in Portsmouth for Clare Harbour. As you know, Clare Harbour will be employing about 200, 300 people in Portsmouth area. And we're hoping to finalize the setting up of the facility for them by this month, the month of December, so that they can start in earnest in January, recruiting and starting work. So I'm hoping that all of the young people in the north, and the west coast, and the east coast, you know, if we can leave Dominica and go to the United States to get a job, I say why we can't leave Lapland and go to Portsmouth to get a job, you know. So these are opportunities for all young people in Dominica who like to be employed. There's opportunities there for us to get employed. So let us take advantage of the opportunities. And of course, we are very confident that we will get a replacement medical school. We are engaging the firms. We're engaging them, and we are very confident that by the grace of God, we will get this going. So you can see, if we can get this replacement medical school, we have Clare Harbour employing 300 people. One can appreciate the impact on the economy in Portsmouth, and not only bringing back the period during when Ross was there, but certainly enhancing this. And of course, with the international airport being constructed, certainly we will see huge benefits for us in the North of Dominica and in the entire country. So we are pressing on, notwithstanding the challenges of COVID-19. We're pressing on. I also recognize that public officers are receiving their extra salary, and it's coming in handy. I will say to you that I've asked the Financial Secretary to pay salaries by the 15th of December. So to avoid, obviously, the crowding on Christmas Eve and the rushing on Christmas Eve. So we will start paying on the 15th of December. This is an extraordinary decision. You will well recognize an extraordinary decision. You know, to pay you, you know, by half of the month. You know, which employer does that? Especially in these difficult times. You know, so we have to be grateful for what's happening. You know, we would love to see many other things happen. You know, I would like to see many other things happen, but we also have to be grateful for what's happening. I've also taken note of the concerns of the public, and I believe at some point I will engage the stakeholders and the general public on this. It got to do with the cost of living and the cost of items on the shelves. You know, and there's an action that I'm hoping to announce this week, God's willing, which I believe and I'm hoping will help in reducing the cost of the customs for folks. I've also asked the Financial Secretary to look at, you know, as it is now, we go about determining what you pay the customs in a compounded manner. You know, let's look at the alternative method and to see which one would help, you know, ease the impact. But same token too, I believe people have to appreciate that the government has to get revenue somewhere. And where do we get the revenue from? You know, so it is something, and this is why what you've seen us doing, we have gradually over the years reduced on the income tax rates. We have increased the income tax threshold. When we came into government, it was 12,000. Now it is 30,000, which means that you don't pay income tax on $30,000 salary, you know, and if you get more than that, your first 40,000 is tax-free. And the bands have been reduced from 20 to 15, from 25 to 20, and from 40 to 35. And we're looking towards further rationalizing these rates. Left to me, ideologically, philosophically, I would get rid of income tax completely. But I cannot impose my views on this in a unilateral manner. I have to be practical and recognize that action could cause some harm to the revenues of the state. And if the revenues of the state are impacted, then we will have an issue. So if we're going to get rid of income tax, what do we do to balance it so that we do not injure ourselves as a country? So these are some discussions that we're having. But I am not a tax person, you know, and it's strange that the Minister of Finance is saying that. But I believe that we should encourage more consumption taxes rather than income tax. I believe if somebody has worked for $5,000, then you should give him his $5,000 and let him consume it the way that he wants, and then we'll tax him on his consumption. So it's a discussion that we have to continue having, but we cannot treat it in a guillotine manner. We cannot just take a decision to cut it off immediately. We have to do so in a responsible manner so that we do not cause unnecessary shock to the system. Somebody's asking, is government going to take a new look at the development of the cruise ship complex at Woodbridge Bay? We are discussing with different players, different interest parties, but I am confident that we will, as part of the Dynamic Dominica, build a modern container port. What we have now, you know, cannot stand in terms of being resilient. I mean, luckily we survived the hurricane, and one of the reasons why, a lot of people do not know that, one of the reasons why this port survived the hurricane, it is because of a project which was financed by the government of Venezuela. That allowed for serious repairs to be done on the Woodbridge Bay, and that came in at the right time, and so we're really grateful to the government of Venezuela. Had it not been for them, and they spent a significant amount of money there, you know, doing some repairs to the Woodbridge Bay port, and that really helped save the port from the ravages of Hurricane Maria. But certainly going forward, we need to have a new port. Dominica stands to benefit tremendously from cruise tourism, and therefore we need to have more facilities, more services, more attractions for the cruise ships, so more people can get off the ship and spend money on island. So there's a group that has approached us. They're looking at, because even if you were to build a cruise village, clearly from our interactions with the cruise lines, they seem to like Rosa. They love to call on Rosa at the Demi Eugene Charles Boulevard. So we'll certainly also be enhancing the facilities there. So we'll be building a new, not a new, because we really don't have any proper welcoming facility. So we'll be building a welcoming facility there and ensuring that we can improve the offering, the facilities for the vendors, so that the tourists can have a better experience in our country, etc. And of course, that will be done. But certainly, the cruise village and the development of the Woodbridge Bay is a priority for the government. We believe that it will generate tremendous opportunities for us and greater opportunities for the people of the country. 40% loan debt relief. Some students who approve are waiting. No. If you were approved, I don't see the reason why you should be waiting. So if you are waiting, I would urge you to write to the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education, because we would have communicated with all of the banks for those who have been approved. I know that there is a list of applicants who did not qualify for one reason or the other, and who are making a case for consideration. And all fairness to them, to some of them, it's really a minor technicality as to why they did not qualify. And the reality, I haven't had a chance to pay particular attention to that list. So I'm hoping I can get some time this week to look at this list of people who have been here working in different fields, and I know some of them, and I look at the reason why they did not qualify based on the criteria. It's really a minor issue, and I think, all fairness to them, we should give a special dispensation, a derogation for that small group of people. So I intend to look at this. But if you got a letter from the government saying that it has been approved, and you were saying to me that you were still waiting, then I would suggest to you that you need to write to the ministry, the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education, and I'm sure all of them are listening, and the PSs are listening, so that you can clarify this with them. I know somebody messaged me some time ago, but there was a misunderstanding between the person and the Ministry of Education, so it was not necessarily a Ministry of Education issue. But if you have not, and this was a major, and you guys don't even thank me on Facebook. You guys say a lot of things on Facebook. Facebook, scary, this, scary. But I mean, if you get a little something, 40%. If you have $100,000 student loan, I've given you $40,000. Never a little thank you on Facebook? Come on, make a little meme or something on this thing and thank the Labour Party for this. $40,000. And people get this thing and they're quiet, But the moment they have a little problem, they're on Facebook, they have a live. I love this country, That's a lot of money that the government has invested. This is an extraordinary decision. Unprecedented. $100,000 student loan the government gave you, the Labour Party government gave you $40,000. What you can do with this money is to buy a piece of land. Continue treating the loan as if you're still owing $100,000 and save. Somebody's saying there's a phone call, because most of the questions we get on Facebook, right? Yes, caller?
Yes, good evening, PM.
Hi.
Yes, I am listening to the program. I'm enjoying it.
Thank you.
And, a lot of the things that you said, I'm in agreement. I heard you mention about reducing the cost of living, and you talked about reducing the prices of the custom. But I'm concerned that may be done, and which is good, but will it reach me?
Yeah.
Will I benefit from that?
Yeah.
Because sometimes only the people who import things will receive the benefit.
Yeah. That's. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. That's always a concern we have. This is why I always prefer a rebate rather than a reduction in duties. And if the Financial Secretary is listening and the PS of Trade, I think we need to get a list of all of the zero-rated items, VAT zero-rated items in the country, and all of the items that we have removed the import duties on. The list is long, a very long list. I understand that times change and freight increases and this increases and that increases and so forth. But I believe that we all have to play our part. Government, private sector, have to play our part in reducing the prices, and so we will look at it from a government standpoint. And I believe that there's a decision that I believe we can take almost in the immediate that can assist. It will not cause items to go down to zero in terms of cost, but certainly every little help that we can give is welcomed, I'm sure, by the people. And so we're looking at this. Now, one has to appreciate that this government, like every other government, is operating under serious strain, serious difficulties. I mean, your revenue has dropped, your expenditure has increased. We're spending money on treating people who have contracted COVID. This thing like a cash register, you just punch in digits. when people who refuse to get the vaccines have to get tested every week because of the employers have imposed this thing. A rapid test costs $20 and some people say, oh, we're getting donations. Yes, we're getting donations, but we're also buying ourselves. And in Dominica, you get the cheapest PCR test anywhere in the world. The cheapest PCR test is $100 EC. Our neighbors are charging $100 US. But we don't pay $100 EC for it, we pay $150 US for it, for PCR tests. But we are offering the service to people who are traveling. People who are traveling, Not for those who have to get tested for contact tracing or primary contact or secondary contact. Only if you're traveling you pay for it, $100 EC. We are paying these facilities the accommodation facilities. We have increased staff in the Ministry of Health in a dramatic manner, paying additional allowances. We have to feed the staff down there. We have to feed the people down there. Caterers who are engaged in the government are dancing every day. It's Christmas every week. I mean, they're making money. They're making money. I would like to see people protest when they're making money. Pack your vehicle under the cliff and protest and say, okay, well, I made $40,000 from the government. I made $100,000 from the government. I have a contract for $2 million, and protest. Everything not going well, we have to protest. Protestation doesn't mean that when things going bad, when things going well, we let the world know, and we recognize that this government, under difficult circumstances, in one cannot contest, is doing a fantastic job. And I say so with the greatest sense of humility, and we thank the Lord for the opportunities. That notwithstanding all of what we're going for, and we've had to borrow money. We've had to borrow money to provide for our people in the circumstances. Yes, caller, please.
Yeah, good evening to you.
Yes, sir. Good evening to you.
Congratulations for the work your government is doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Under these circumstances, I think they are doing an exceptional job. But I'm a little concerned. Is there any small incentive for long-term pensioners?
Pensioners, yeah. That voice sounds familiar. The voice sounds familiar. No, we're looking at this. I've asked the Ministry of Finance to look at pension reform to see what kind of movement can be made, because I recognize that many of your pensions are remain the same, and it's based on the law. So the law is defined a particular way, and therefore what you receive is based on existing legislation. But I believe that we need to take into consideration other variables. The cost of living has increased, for many of you who would have retired 20 years ago. And so what you could have done if your pension 20 years ago is not what you can do if it now because of the cost of living. And we have to be fair on this. And so we're looking at, can we peg an increase in the pension to the cost of living index and so forth. So I don't want to preempt what the analysts will and the consultants will tell us, but I have mandated that we look at this and to see what kind of support we can provide to the pensioners. And I said earlier in my comments, you recognize that we removed the income tax and pensions. Pensions were in fact charged imposed on pensions, and we've removed that. So we're hoping that we can get a report that can advise us on what we can do to really address the pension issue that many of you have raised and continue to raise, and rightly so, and so forth. So we look. I know on the issue of the cost of living, and I know the DIC is meeting with stakeholders. I'm not sure it was this week or last week, but I'm hoping that I could get a report from that meeting. So I'm sure the president of the DIC and the executive director are listening, and so I'll be grateful if I can get a copy of the report to see what recommendations you have in terms of how we can work together towards addressing the cost of living issue and the the concerns that the public have been raising about the customs and the cost of the customs and et cetera, et cetera. I think we are coming up to the end of time. I really want to thank all of you for your questions and for your comments and for your suggestions tonight. And I want to say to you that this is our country. We are in this together. If you think you're going through a challenge, just think of me and the government and what the challenge you're going through of managing so many issues, with limited resources. And we thank the Lord for it. We don't complain. We do what we have to do. Well, we still continue to build homes. We still continue to assist people in improving their homes. We still continue to pay for our children who are studying overseas. Obviously, we still have outstanding amongst them, and we'll continue to honor this commitment. So any commitment we make to a student, we'll honor it. We continue to improve the infrastructure. We continue to improve the health infrastructure, the education infrastructure. So we are making progress, notwithstanding. But one can imagine where we would have been, where we would be without it if COVID-19 wasn't around. I mean, notwithstanding COVID, we're talking about major projects. We're talking about micro projects. We're talking about medium-sized projects. That all will be impacting the lives of our country and placing us on a sustainable growth path that can create more jobs for us. And I don't have time to mention about the digital economy and the opportunities there. Yes, caller, please.
Comrade Gooding.
Good evening to you.
Comrade Gooding. Just want to give a quick solidarity word on our victory in Granby.
Yes, sir.
Whoever think the people of Granby would have done otherwise, I think they were very stupid and silly. The people of Granby knows that they have the government that cares, and they have been in the Labour Party ever since, and they are pledged their solidarity with the party. So I want to just pledge my support and my continuous support for the party, for the Labour Party, and our strong leader. As we move forward, I want to say, forward ever, backward ever, long live our leader, long live the Labour Party.
Thank you very much. I agree with you that those who thought that Granby would have done otherwise do not know the Granby people, and they do not know the Dominican people. And I think the results in Granby, it has sent a signal to political pundits about what the future holds for the Labour Party. Clearly, this country appreciates, the majority of Dominicans appreciate what this Labour Party has done and continues to do for the Dominican people. And people know that in difficult times, they can rely on Labour. We have experienced leadership. We have a clear-minded leadership. And we are very clear on where we want to take this country going. And we do not sit on our hands. We work hard. We put in long hours into this. We do not complain. And we make things look easy, but they're not easy. And I always tell people, if you think it is easy, then reflect on your own circumstance as a family, as the breadwinner in your family. And so look at me as I am the breadwinner of the country and the enormous task that you have in these circumstances. And I mean, I have been tested many times by natural disasters. We have had numerous. When I came in 2004, we had the earthquake affected the north. Then we had, I believe, a trough something in 2007. Then we had Ophelia in 2010. Then we had something in 20. We had the oil crisis, where the price of oil went up, I believe, $150, $60 a barrel. Then we had the financial crisis, which lasted for about 8 years, which started in 2007, 2008, and went up until 2015, thereabout. Then we had Erica, we had the trough, Christmas trough in 2013. Then we had Erica, serious damage across the length and breadth of Dominica. And then we had Maria across the country. And then we've had this COVID-19 from 2020 going into 2021 and going into 2022. And we're not even talking about the fact that we spent about 6 years. 6 years. So when people say that I've been around for a long time, we spent our first 6 years fixing the financial system in the country. We went through a structural adjustment program to address a lot of structural problems in the economy. High debt that we couldn't pay. We couldn't pay salaries. It was a mess, and it took us over 6 years to fix. And so we spent the first 6 years of the government fixing things. But notwithstanding all of the disasters, and one can appreciate that if we had none of the disasters, like countries in the Caribbean have never seen a hurricane. They've never seen a flood. You understand? We've had to endure serious external shocks and natural disasters. But we have never stopped with our efforts to creating a better way of life for our citizens, taking Dominica to the next level. And we have confounded all independent observers that how have we been able to survive? And I said to Dominicans, and I've said to the World Bank and the IMF, I met to them last week or week after this. With all of these disasters that we've had, Maria, and I'll stick with Erica and Maria, 90% of our GDP affected, 226% of our GDP. You know, as Minister of Finance, I never asked anybody for debt forgiveness. And I never asked anybody to defer the payments of the debt. Never. And in the real situation, if your economy is affected by 226% and impacted, of course you have no revenue coming, because as you know, for several months we allow everything to come in the country with no VAT, no custom duties, nothing at all. So there was no revenue whatsoever for several months after the hurricane. And we did not ask anybody for any debt forgiveness. And we provided for our people because we managed the affairs of the country prudently. So when the hurricane came, we had over $300 million saved from the CBI funds. That's what we used in large measure to address the immediate challenges of Hurricane Maria. You understand? And when independent observers and ourselves here in Dominica said it will take us 20 years to rebuild Dominica, to get Dominica back to where it was on the night of September 17, right? 2017. 20 years. You know, and so you trust people and you place your confidence in people, not in good times, not when people see you in, when things get rough. And the question is, who you will go to bed knowing that the country is in safe hands, and you will have a country when you wake up next morning, and you and your family will be safe. And this is the fundamental question we have to ask ourselves as citizens of this country. So let us go forth and appreciate what is happening in Dominica. Let us thank the Lord. I say to people all the time, I am just an instrument that the Lord is using in this country. Just an instrument. So I gave the Lord all of the praises and so forth. And I want us to always look at the positive side in this country. This is our country. Being negative is not going to help anybody. You can criticize, but you have to be constructive. And so let us be positive. Let us see the glass half full rather than half empty. And what we can do to the least of our brothers, let us do it. And let us work together. I am inviting all Dominicans to work with this government, irrespective of your personal or political or religious affiliation. This is our country. And we have to appreciate and recognize that we are in this together. So if you want your circumstance to address, we have to work together. We have to work together as a country. And to also appreciate that we're not the only one in the country. There are many other people with many other needs. There are many organizations, many sectors, many industries, all have their own individual needs and circumstances to address. And so I want to thank you for spending this hour with me on this episode of Anupali. I enjoy these opportunities where I can take questions from the public and to receive suggestions. This is our country, and it's always important as a democracy that we engage ourselves. And there are not many countries in the world where a leader avails himself to be scrutinized and to be quizzed by the citizens and by the press. And so we do so. And I believe that what we are doing, this current generation of leaders in the Labour Party, I believe, based on my historical knowledge, is unprecedented in terms of our availing ourselves and subjecting ourselves to be scrutinized by the public. And we welcome it. We have no difficulty in it because we believe that we can provide the accurate responses and comments to your questions, and we also appreciate your suggestions. So thank you very much. May God bless you. May God bless our country. Let us pray that this variant does not affect us, but let us be wise, let us be sensible, and let us do what we believe is right, which is getting vaccinated. This going and test every week and so on is fine because we have to know our status, but that's not going to prevent you. Testing is not going to prevent you from getting COVID. Testing is going to tell you whether you have it or you don't have it. And I have heard stories from people themselves who are not vaccinated, and they have said to me, scared, I got this COVID, my friend, and I am not going to wish it on my enemy. People are saying to me that they experience really rough time with their respiratory system, and it has really given them a serious blast. So let us be sensible, let us be wise, and this is not an argument we should be having. This is not a fight we should be having. It's a sensible approach to this. It's a practical approach to this. And if there's something that can prevent us from getting severely ill or even dying, I believe it's in our interest to get it going. So thank you very much. I will have spent the whole night with you tonight, speaking to you and taking your questions. But God's willing, I will see you next Sunday. Have a wonderful evening, and let us all work together for the development of our country. Thank you. Good night.
Hi everyone, I'm Nadia Farrell Peanut, Head of the Adult Education Division.
Hi, my name is Miss Roach. I'm the Minister Secretary for Ministry of Governance.
Hi, I'm Consuelo Warrington, Administrative Assistant at the Establishment Personnel and Training Department.
Hi, I'm Charmaine Thomas from the Ministry of Governance.
Hi, I'm Bruna John Baptiste, Senior Clerk, Establishment Personnel and Training Department.
Hi, I'm Emmeline Augustine, Establishment. Just wanted to know that
I got vaccinated.
I got vaxxed.
I got vaccinated. I got vaccinated.
I got vaccinated.
I got vaxxed.
And I encourage you to get vaccinated.
Take the vaccine. Take the vaccine.
You're listening to Kyrie FM.
Have a piece of pork for Christmas. Have a piece of pork for Christmas.
Do you remember when the police beat me hug? Big party in the canteen with the commissioner a brag. When Wendell heard about it, it made him sick to the core. Send Cabral a pass a van. to find the biggest war.
He bring them back, he bring them back. Police bring back the pig.
Christmas I'll be eating pork, dashing and green figs.
He bring them back, he bring them back. Police bring back the pig.
You're invited for a piece.
This one is really big. Have a piece of pork for Christmas. Have a piece of pork for Christmas. Have a piece of pork for Christmas. Have a piece of pork for Christmas.
Early next morning, I hear the dog barking. I look through the window to see what's happening. It was a short fat policeman with a pig in his hand. He decided to bring him back and make a confession.
He bring them back, he bring them back. Police bring back the pig.
Christmas I'll be eating pork, dashing and green figs.
He bring them back, he bring them back. Police bring back the pig.
You're invited for a piece.
This one is really big. Have a piece of pork for Christmas. Have a piece of pork for Christmas.
Have a piece of pork for Christmas. Have a piece of pork for Christmas.
I'm wishing you a merry, 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 merry Christmas.
Have a piece of pork for Christmas. Have a piece of pork for Christmas.
I'm wishing you a merry, 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 blessed Christmas. Have a piece of pork for Christmas. Have a piece of pork for Christmas.
They say I'll be cooking. You have to pay to peep in the pot. But instead of stone is a big hog head I've got. The commissioner so generous. He sent me wine and a rose. And wish me Merry Christmas from the entire police force.
He bring them back, he bring them back. Police bring back the pig.
Christmas I'll be eating pork, dashing and green figs.
He bring them back, he bring them back. Police bring back the pig.
You're invited for a piece.
This one is really big. Have a piece of pork for Christmas. Have a piece of pork for Christmas. He bring them back, he bring them back. Police bring back the pig.
Christmas I'll be eating pork, dashing and green figs.
He bring them back, he bring them back. Police bring back the pig.
You're invited for a piece.
This one is really big. Have a piece of pork for Christmas. Have a piece of pork for Christmas. He bring them back, he bring them back. Police bring back the pig. He bring them back, he bring them back. Police bring back the pig. He bring them back, he bring them back. Police bring back the pig. He bring them back, he bring them back. Police bring back the pig. 88.7. 93.1.
Today's best music.
107.9 Total stereo. 100% mix.
Hey, I thought it was all over.
What? Over? Did you say over? Nothing is over until we decide it is.
Log on to www.kairifm.com. Kairi FM, the people's station.
for somebody to keep my company. Somebody good, somebody nice, somebody sweet, 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 sweet. I want somebody to hug up, somebody to squeeze up, somebody to jump up, and everything will be Irene, Irene, Irene. Happy. I want somebody to hug up in the party, somebody with temper, somebody with zest, somebody who knows how to hold it up and to shake it up. Happy. I need somebody to hug up in the party. Ha ha. Dee-dee daily, dee-dee, oh, dee-dee. Everybody I talk to is to share my point of view. Anybody I lean on will be someone just like you. Somebody bright, somebody right, somebody smart, 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 smart. I want somebody to hug up, somebody to squeeze up, somebody to jump up, and everything will be Irene, Irene, Irene. I'm happy. I need somebody to hug up in the party, somebody with temper, somebody with zest, somebody who knows how to hold it up and to shake it up. I'm happy. I want somebody to hug up in the party. Hiya.
Kyrie FM.
Indeed, we should be grateful for this special day. Merry Christmas, everybody. Thank you, Father, for sending. We've no pretending. Your son on Christmas Day. Innocent to little Jesus. You sent here to save us. Exactly on Christmas Day. To God be the glory for great things He has done. To God be the glory. Thank you, God, for sending your only Son so that man could be reborn. Wait. Now we raise we voices and sing. Praises to the King. Now we raise we voices and sing. Glory to the King. Now we raise we voices and sing. For the birth of Jesus. Now we raise we voices and sing. Praises to the King. Now we raise we voices and sing. For the birth of Jesus. Father, we on the islands show appreciation for your son on Christmas Day. Lord, indeed we are thankful for a gift so wonderful, exactly on Christmas Day. From a virgin he was born, came to earth on this early morn. In a manger where he lay, face all covered with hay, with our thanks for this blessed day. Boy, now we raise we voices and sing praises to the King. Now we raise we voices and sing glory to the King. Now we raise we voices and sing for the birth of Jesus. Now we raise we voices and sing praises to the King. Now we raise we voices and sing for the birth of Jesus. Devil plans have been destroyed, plans are filled with joy for your son on Christmas Day. Spreading news throughout the world, the good news must be told about your son on Christmas Day. While shepherd watched the flocks by night, so the stars were shining bright. So early in the morning, a baby boy was born, so man could be reborn. Ladio. Now we raise we voices and sing praises to the King. Now we raise we voices and sing praises to the King. Now we raise we voices and sing for the birth of Jesus. Now we raise we voices and sing praises to the King. Now we raise we voices and sing for the birth of Jesus. To God be the glory for great things he has done. To God be the glory. Thank you, God, for sending your only son. It's the best Christmas that one could ever have. To God be the glory for great things he has done. To God be the glory. Thank you, God, for sending your only son. It's the best Christmas that one could. The best Christmas that one could. The best Christmas that one could ever have.
So the treasury broke and they say that recession jamming. So no foreign countries really start migrating. They lose faith in the country, they say we gone down the drain. They say no more could we see happy times again. But the will to recover in my people like have confidence. Although many may seem to feel that I talking nonsense, but the majority are we election time come back wrong, it's new ones we bring in. But if it's one thing about my people, I could guarantee that they would never ever put party before country. And if the country facing is dark, is sour, and our people need us today more than ever. But in our fight to recover, if ever you feel to surrender, you have one little thing that I want you always remember. We could make it if we try. Just a little harder. If we just give one more try, life would be much sweeter. When the treasury was full and happy time, some was enjoying. Is in mover and love until poor people was living. Now the treasury flat and the country come back to square one. Poor people remain on the same old ghetto in John. But to get the economy return today on some footing, is the same poor people 10 days and cola they're taking. And without social unrest, poor people paying the price. Because they know for the country, nothing too much to sacrifice. And if the country facing is dark, is sour, so our people need us today more than ever. But in our fight to recover, if ever you feel to surrender, if I have one little thing that I want you all to remember. Could make it if we try. Just a little harder. If we just get one more try, I'd be much sweeter. Anytime that we hear Trinbago is facing a crisis, as loyal citizens, it's our duty to stay and assist. For we know to ourselves there could never become a day we're not deaf to the
Aye,
Kyrie FM.
Morning, neighbor. Merry Christmas to you. Yeah. Right. Jingle, jingle, jingle bells. Jingle all the way. Jingle, jingle, jingle bells. Oh, I love her for Christmas Day. Before I would eat anything, since the name was Smith. But as I get older, I start getting wiser. Please don't find me rude this year. I just speak and choose out my food. All I want is pork. All I eat is pork. I eat in my pork this Christmas. I don't want no chicken. That thing just get me to lean. I eat in my pork this year. All I want is pork. All I eat is pork. I eat in my pork this Christmas. You give me my mutton. That thing just make me feel frightened. I eat in my pork this year. Hey, neighbor, imagine Christmas morning. You and your boys sit down, eating a whole pork, all Tuesday. Eh? What a Christmas feeling, right? Jingle, jingle, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Jingle, jingle, jingle bells, how I love her for Christmas Day. I just find some people real mean when they tell me pork is unclean. Since the thing is well prepared, it could be served to any trade. I'm it created by God, so all pork lovers please jump on board. All I want is pork, all I eat is pork. All I want is pork this Christmas. Hey, I don't want no salt beef. This thing just make me body steep. I eat in my pork this year. All I want is pork. All I eat is pork. All I want is pork this Christmas. I don't want no oxtail. It just make me skin look pale. I eat in my pork this year. Hey, hey. This song is for all the pork lovers in the world. Hey. Jingle, jingle, jingle bells. Jingle all the way. Jingle, jingle, jingle bells. Oh, I love her for Christmas Day. If liver could make you bite your finger, we fuck you could never go wrong. Roasted bake or even a steak. We fuck you go make no mistake. Want some friends to know, we fuck every meal and all she food. All I want is pork. All I eat is pork. All I want is pork this Christmas. I don't want no beef. The bread just hook in me teeth. I eat in my pork this year. All I want is pork. All I eat is pork. All I want is pork this Christmas. I don't want no fried fish. That thing does get men to dotish. I eat in my pork this year. All I want is pork. All I eat is pork. All I want is pork this Christmas. I don't want no wild meat. They say we just get men sweet. I eat in my pork this year. All I want is pork. All I want is pork. All I want is pork this Christmas. I don't want no mutton. The redness does get me frightened. I eat in my pork this year.
blast off and begin your first interplanet flight. We are going to Venus in a little silver rocket tonight. Deep into space to another region to visit an alien civilization.
88.7. 93.1.
Today's best music.
107.9. Stereo. 100%.
Hey, I thought it was all over.
What? Over? Did you say over? Nothing is over until we decide it is.
Log on to www.kairifm.com. Kairi FM, the people's station.
Kyrie FM. Kyrie FM.
you see a faded sign at the side of the road that says 15 miles to the
Love Shack, yeah. I'm heading down the Atlanta highway, looking for the love getaway, headed for the love getaway.
I got me a car, it's as big as a whale, and we're heading on down to the Love Shack. I got me a Chrysler, it seats about 20, so hurry up and bring your jukebox money.
The Love Shack is a little old place where we can get together. Love Shack, baby.
A Love Shack, baby.
Love Shack, baby, Love Shack. Love Shack, baby, Love
Where
Shack.
it's at.
Sign says, stay away, fools, as love rules at the Love Shack. Well, it says way back in the middle of the field.
Just a funky old shack, and I gotta get back.
Glitter on the mattress, glitter on the highway, glitter on the front porch, glitter on the highway. The Love Shack is a little old place where we can get together. Love Shack, baby.
Love Shack, baby.
Love Shack, that's where it's at. Love Shack, that's where it's at.
Hugging and a kissing, dancing and a loving. Well, and next to nothing, 'cause it's hot as you loving. The whole shack shimmies when everybody's moving around and around and around and around. Folks lining up outside just to get there. Funky little shack, funky little shack.
Hop in my Chrysler, it's as big as a whale, and it's about to set sail. I got me a car, it seats about 20, so come on and bring your jukebox money.
Love Shack, little old place, get it together. Love Shack, baby.
Love Shack, baby.
Love Shack, Love Shack, oh.
Knock a little louder, sugar. I can't have you. I'm a doll, baby. I'm a doll. I'm a doll, baby. Yo, what?
Tin roof, rusted.
Love Shack, yeah.
Love, baby, that's where it's at. Yeah. Love, baby, that's where it's at. Hugging and a kissing, dancing and a loving. That's the Love Shack.
Kyrie FM, the genuine sound of Dominica.
England, and they don't have Beatle haircuts either. And that's so unusual these days that they're called Jay and the Americans. In a little cafe just the other side of the border, she was just sitting there giving me looks that made my mouth water. So I started walking her way. She belonged to Batman Jose. And I knew, yes I knew I should leave when I heard her say, come a little bit closer, you don't mind talking about so big as you come. Come a little bit closer,